Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September of 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involved two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territories between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. You'll see my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double-crossing the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Stadtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squads. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very efficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. Of course, we don't like that term. The German term was which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Genner Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they were political enemies of Hitler. The concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw. And when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific the long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route. They disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in a slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps. Even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Cyclone A, rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Dead bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. Crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children, in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes. And one of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involves two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territories between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. There's my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to
Okay, what Discord were you on? Oh, okay, very cool, man. Do you mind if I tell you about this show? Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, the stream that I'm this week. 365 days a year, so 1 piece. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the AM. Recently, definitely the work to it out. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the Something Private Plan? Okay, excellent. That's essentially what if you did know, it times magazine statements that data was expended in section about the party vote, air, control, and private plan. And that's what they are, that is an activated personality, which may make you an relationship. And when that happens, you could view the fact you can all independently wealthy and not already make sure that your generation of wealth is not already. You should be able to start charities and help out the organization. How does that sound? So, that's I think of the world in addition to what is and what other to these technologies such as agricultural drones, cloning greenhouses, subway, greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to help anyone understand. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's which is worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wealth and developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, going compared to other markets and everything. How do those things help you? Excellent. I think about after everything manufactured in my terrible thoughts in my communication. Things of indisclosure, contemplation, things of artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, Santa Claus machines, nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like the extinction technology. People don't know this, but the successful the extinction technology with the pioneering ibex, which is a node located in the southern Franklin. Fast forward to year 2021, healthcare Dallas, Texas, is flying next class of our scientific. They've made a big goal that within the next 3 years we're going to introduce the living unit into the Arctic Circle and utilize the Asian elephant surveys. I just think this is a mind-blowing project, and I'm excited for it to occur. Following the introduction of the living unit, they want to introduce a tasmanian tiger by the Dodo. They recently made headlines with their diary crashes children. They are located in Texas. You can meet them yourself. I talk about everything that may affect you, your friends, your family, all the different stuff. But I talk a lot about life extension. Again, you were born at life expectancy which by age 80 and increase that to age 100, 120 with the use of technologies such as peptides, and growth hormone stem cells, things like perhaps red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like bloodshot therapy, nootropics, fats, cryogenics. But eventually we get to be 120 years old and everything that's taken place, and it's been amazing. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Let's see, again, with your consent, you may do it utilizing new technology. You can make your consent if you want to be able to scan your brain with your computer like a PET scanner in your eyes, or your every atom using your shampoo down, which will need to so later down, scan your avatar, 7 minutes speed, a clone of yourself, a robot in a video game, whatever you want to do. But essentially what I'm saying is that you may be able to have a life in the future for your own self. What are your thoughts? Yeah, but I mean, you said a whole lot. What are your thoughts? Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Oh, everybody says that. Yeah, you're 100% right. I've gotten a lot of people though who are definitely open for and excited that 1,900 people on the server outside work and continues to grow. And feel like, all right, yeah, but you're just sitting there, how you going viral? Well, I'm on 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously, which is more data than I'm putting out right now. Individual, there are organizations, no individual live streaming from 20 different angles from 360 degrees. But also, I create robots. So I've got robots here, I've got 4 robots here, and another 5 here. And basically, the other thing what they do on platforms like quick, quick, they put my link in clips and basically I work 24 hours a day and then random individuals see that. They come in here, they learn about me, they become positive and ally, and they get to work. So it's just a matter of time to get viral. And then you tell your friends, how's that sound? Yeah, exactly. So you see that I'm in other discords as well. I don't speak in them generally because, frankly, I don't want to speak to children about them. And nothing against children coming creating so yeah, you'll find me. Yeah, exactly. As you understand, there are future, but doesn't mean that usually they don't have the same definition. And a lot of times, people, at least in here, when I'm more mature discussions, we have our own communication. So what you will hear, or what you'll see, I should say, is me where I stream my life in the sources to give people a portal into my world. And I don't really care how much they should care. I keep everything PG, but it's just the things that I say sometimes that I always want. They're not always for children. So the majority of the people are talking about futurology, life extension, all that. That's fine. You get people in here who want relationship advice and things like that. So if you know things, essentially, I've actually never. What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do?
Yeah.
How did you do that? Wow. Okay. Did they teach you? Right. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know how that can get. Oh, no way. Okay. Even you survive. Yeah, you have to do your best today. This is your balance camp. All right. Do you think you'll ever get full use out of it? Good for you. That's it. You'll be able to do everything that you can. And then just think you go buy one with beer and you get you a biotic. You'll be able to do things better than you ever could. If you whatever. It just more good. Yeah. So that's an unfortunate. What hobbies do you have? Okay. So games. Okay. Yeah. I understand how this might put you up for a little bit. But it's only been a month. That's necessary. Um, are you seem like you're good sports, you got the right attitude. Do you have good people around you? Or like I said, I'm fighting for something. I understand that there are people on the internet that don't want to hear about it. But I do. I can't, meaning I'm here to hear high, I'm here to hear low, I'm here to get positive inputs on your life, take positive influence on you, or I'm here to not good, I give people hope. You need a friend, I'm here. So, big thing in sports, you take any sports, did you follow sports? Oh, yeah. In it? All right, go back to it. Are you in the fantasy? Okay, well, that kicked off last weekend. What do you think about the Texas Ohio State? There you go. All right. Yeah, good. They basically shipped the head trophy to Austin already because it's like they didn't have to send it. I can I'm not saying that you can't still get it. It's still not the primary favorite, but he did some things that surprised me. He did not do well. He's right on his best, and that's I think everybody Jeremiah's obviously showed why they had contributed last year, even though they lost their talent. Showed why they could be the national champions this year. So everything done. We had Florida State beat Alabama. That was was nice to see them put Alabama in the place. And I just so much advice. Dynasty, and man, Alabama, they have their run. I think it's going to be a pretty big thing on the national team. Because they have enough. That's just with your college. Right. All right, North Carolina or South Carolina? Oh, okay, excellent. All right, so they play. Who did they? Do you remember who they played? There you go. And they won. All right. So how do you get to leadership? So South Carolina, I've been there. Been there. Spending shots, beautiful city, absolutely stunning. We've got quite a tradition. South Carolina, so that they've had some names, Jason Cotton, 6 out of my last season. Probably one of the best defensive players in this country. Great coach, deep scope. I'm kind of, I don't know how to miss it. You guys what are your thoughts on Clemson? What's your guy? There you go. All right, well, who else is good? All right, so that's Steve Travel. That's true. You know, Trevor Lawrence, the guy who I thought was like 8 and while he's not terrible, he just hasn't come to fruition now. I know he's on Jacksonville. Jacksonville actually blows for like that's they was a better team. But nevertheless, they're not that good. And I think it'd be very interesting if Trevor looks like other teams, how he would do because he's got the fit of a comprehensive yeah, I think so. He's been in the league long enough that he's starting to figure things out. Again, they just gave him Travis Hunter. No, I don't know how that's going to go. I'm going to put it on the side for the last. Yeah. In the NFL, it just doesn't seem like he's going to and especially in the lines. I don't know. Maybe in the past, he had some stuff, but in my opinion, that kind of but I don't know. Probably they said that they were going to come from both. But again, kind of been great between offense and defense. A lot of times are divided so fast. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So dude, you're fucking women's basketball team. Now that's a dynasty. You follow women's basketball at all? Oh, alright, definitely. You guys are amazing. Yeah, 4 years. Word. Yeah, that's fine. You guys have a dynasty. basically like secret project anyway. But she's so good that they were considering her in New York. And then, yeah, and then, and which is unheard of.
Defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent four mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these four squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtler, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at a court conference that took place at a resort in Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in the war. So at Wannsee, conference was prepared by Adolf Eichmann, shown here. They drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the General, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in ghettos, so we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, and political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific, long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused. Lice were put in their bodies. This was very common in many of these camps. Even the Americans later used DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Cyclone A, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died in 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies would have to be burned without open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children, in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters of Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today to have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I believe that it will also have a positive impact on yours as well. For those of you who have been with the channel for a while, know that just before the pandemic, I signed a contract with a fantastic publisher, Torah Publishers in Jerusalem, to producing 3 volume history of the Jewish people from earliest times to the present day. My goal was to create something that would be dignified yet affordable, and it would be the perfect voluminous gift for the next century. That's my goal. I think it's going to be a really useful project. And the news for all of us today is that this very day, I sent in a manuscript for the first volume. It looks like I've been working on it since the beginning of the pandemic. involved. First of all, the really interesting thing that's why this particular volume that I think is successful is I crowdsourced research by sketching out the chapters in a series of about 100 odd videos which are long to this lab. I added a few other series as well since then. And I'm really pleased to say that the response to it is not very good. About 75,000 subscribers and 300 channel members who get involved at much deeper level. But here's the part that's specifically connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that my channel does tend to get a little bit confusing. I work on different projects. Relevance and the draft chapters. So far, 120 students have gone through the biblical Jewish history course, and in this particular course, I found out the best feedback has been really doing this stuff. I'm so grateful to you for talking a little bit about how you shaped this particular program. If you are interested in participating in the biblical history course yourself, you're welcome. It's great to have you there. Put the links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might shape it one way or another, or what to group or other people think, and maybe engage in a little bit of community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. Would like to have. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now. At the beginning of the so-called medieval period or Dark Ages, with a lot of the Jews in minor history. Now, let's understand the role of geography in the development of Jewish history. All about this is a 16th century map. We call it the Silver Leaf map. He's a fascinating kind of individual. He liked to make these kind of map ideas that express like more philosophical thought about how the world is organized. And this is one of my favorites. It shows that this clover leaf, the top left is Europe, the top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. Of course, there's two continents. They all join in the land of Israel, Egypt. The second one is Jerusalem. Now, this is not a Jewish map, obviously. You can see the crosses there. He himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a minister, but really successful as a map maker. You can see America, the world is off to the left there. Now, Israel, of course, is right at the center of the three continents. And in fact, when we look at Israel from a satellite map, you see that's basically Africa next to Europe and Asia through the land of Israel. And
What up, Super?
note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley rift.
Simple, can you hear me?
Basically, to the right, to the east of that Jordan River Valley, it's like an castle of the desert. So basically, if you want to go angle from, let's say, the very rich agricultural area of the Nile Delta, Egypt, which is just to the left of the land of Israel there, up to the Mesopotamia, which is Jerusalem, the only way to get from A to B is that's a critical pressing and Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get from these continents. So the is not so far off. The road develops this way in times. Here's this map showing the roads across on the bottom left. Little right in front of us. And they have two major groups. One is called Derek Hayam, Theophorus, which basically cuts most of Israel, cuts. And then there was the Derek Hayam, who's King's Highway, where skirted under this eastern part of the shore. Now there's a turnpike version where there are four tolls, like the highway, right? That's the highway. But it goes through this road, no roads really. It's have all caravan, dangerous, expensive, robbers do it on the way. Much easier ways to travel through really was at crossroads, geographically, economically, and that was most of the years. It's important to note, of course, that not only goods travel up and down the streets, but also ideas. Whenever those further afield, that's a big difference. So, what is it? Now, how was it? Let's have a look at this. Because the Hebrew, Arabic, here is the map itself. Made originally as a devastating church in the 6th century, Byzantine church, and it was covered over. The church itself was actually settled and they covered it over with tiles, which were discovered again after an ancient invasion of just that. But you get a much better look at this church. It's absolutely gorgeous. Obviously, for coming to the Holy Land, they're coming from places, and they stop at the church, and they get oriented as to what's going on. This is one simple thing. Now, like many ancient maps, this orientation east to the north. So, what the best as you look at this map, the south of the map, let's say the bottom of the map, you've got standing and civilization. Looking towards the east, and that big sort of blob middle is the Dead Sea. Left of it, into it, and all through the map there are various sites of Christian significance. Mentioned here's a picture of the Holy City. By the way, tiles over 140 square meters. It says at the top there, the stop, the last place stop. It is specifically seen the original design of Jerusalem. Not through the centuries, the Roman road, Chicago, actually had personal experience with Chicago, which is cargo right on the cargo there, connected to the transit. And it's actually laid out in specific proportions and very accurate for archaeologists to reconstruct. So you get the idea, Israel still is a great center, focus of pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy Jews are still living in the land of Israel, of course. But this region is actually sponsored by the Muslims in the 7th century. So the region, that will be just one last detail before we leave this puzzle. This is a fascinating picture. This is a close-up of the two fishermen on the Dead Sea. And as you can see, both very clearly delineated, fast, furled up sail there, what's going on with the fishermen themselves. So it appears that Muslims made His mother on that, they were like hesitant to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous requirement to destroy that skill set. At the same time, it depicts the human form, which is considered an afterlife to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. So what they did was they, as it would vandalize the map, they included the bodies and faces of the Muslims, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic with other tiles to disguise their original. Just see their hands and feet shooting up the sort of bigger lectures to see how Muslims also have a huge contribution to the subject of much of our discussion. Okay, I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages. And let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Jade Alpha Muslim. We'll return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between the year 200 and 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century, the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel, especially, was attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation brought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who is known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty. There are several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, usually the second or third name, and so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla, because they have similar names and often have nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Eudynasi's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's a moment in time when Rabbi Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification initiative. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium, that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims conquered, they used Istanbul. This represents an eastern and a western Roman empire, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, a very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't really work out, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed in the battlefield, and that idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later, in 60 to 34, and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening in Israel. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of the Jewish people is, of course, the development of Jewish academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they are centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, I think, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south. In Lida, for example, the Talmud speaks about the Chachamim Arom, the sages of the south, but most of the activities happening in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Nasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century, who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through two major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they joined up with Judah Nazi was closed forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussion of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew. Palestinian Talmud in English, you will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is the period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Medita and Surah are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back in discussion. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called Nefute. The term Nefute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as Yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Kiyasa Rabbi. When Rabbi Dimi came, i.e., from the land of Israel, and he said, hey, this is what they're saying in Israel, that really cross-fertilized ideas, and it's extremely important in creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the one study today. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odenathus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, known in the Talmud as Tadmor, This is a region that was allied with Rome, and it was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness. That Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Ardagh in the year 259, which was right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Vita and so on, but that's maybe a little more detail. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Ravina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they've been discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document that was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things, but that's a whole other discussion, very active in the Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps its most significant modern development is something called documentary, which is literally a page with a folio a day of both sides with one page. And this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next stop in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in activity. And I'm very proud, putting a little plug here, for participating in something called Al-Daf, which is putting on the screen here. Al-Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidish. People teach the page of Talmud in many languages: English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do, and I'm really happy about, is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they were often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as this research continues. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up a discussion now of the history of Jews in the land of Israel and Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. Got really a chance to look at the book or the draft version of it, of course, on biblical Jewish history. The one of the we talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in Sabbath, a day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where, you have in your hand, your electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, what connected to it is the idea of monotheism, very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples, which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Rabbi. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happened there was specialist. The synagogue is a public place. The synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by a community engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we tie to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. There's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that one of the synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvahot across the land of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which were important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk through a synagogue today, you can see they're filled with plaques. Shlomo dedicated Aaron, Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shalei Eliyahu to her father. And this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donation. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the first century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the first century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotos, son of Etenos, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so they placed it, in the first century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that he would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those that meet from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. This is a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this is an aerial view. There's some kind of wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. It has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. It has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europa synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europa synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? And especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic. When they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant, more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, display it like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his four horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is the patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because if Jews are traditionally iconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. But anyway, under the hand says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see all kinds of things happening. Here's the lamb that's tied to the bush, and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of ROTHSCHILD. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. So what they did was, if you look on the map here, they buried all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements, especially from light. So when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. The color, the density, the artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. So three of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" It's just so evocative. It's such a great example of Byzantine art. Here's an example. It looks like you've got, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious, and on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this all happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and quite timely because I'm recording this the last days of the month of Shvat, and next month is going to be the month of Adar when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on the throne next to King Achashverosh, who's receiving a letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordechai in honor on a white horse. And this was one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to, facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up. I think it looks pretty funny. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. The development of the diaspora in the first century in particular is here. Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot in the Black Sea. It's the Aegean. That's the Byzantium later Constantinople. And then if you move through the third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jew, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian Peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek Peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size. So you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, it might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites, because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision and things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time. And the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintain the connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in the year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law, because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship. And more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, religio lecita, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to emperor statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those crazy Jews, they have this really old religion that, I don't know, it just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as we move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's a, they're not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. But the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity having far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that would put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called ROTHSCHILD, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed in a much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative when it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in translation by Raymond Conti. Of course, it would be horribly scandalous and would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shared. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews' early diaspora, the creation of Jerusalem Talmud. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of Great Revolt, first Jewish War, a tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller movement called the Petos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout Eastern Mediterranean.
I'm very well, thank you. I hope things are well with you. How are you? That, that's okay. Will you remind me how you found out about me, please? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday, I remember. Okay, it was you. Beautiful. Excellent. What are you guys doing today? Oh, very well. Are you going to stream it in here? Oh, okay. Very cool. Are you doing well? Excellent. Okay, well, you're welcome anytime.
For them. Although with tremendous amounts of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt, Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is named a real capital, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the 9/11, the date in which the temple was destroyed in the 70s. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the second century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the third century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new center to emerge in the Galilean region. Ultimately, however, this brief time in the third century would end. By the time it gets to the middle of the fourth century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population of the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crushed by sword state. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch, that would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora. That major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it was written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? But the reality is, it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sipori, Sepphoris in English. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud. Its younger sister, the Babylonian Talmud, referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Maharava, which means the Talmud of the West, of course, this is the west of the region of Babylonia, or the Talmud de Eretz Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined and the consciousness of the people who called themselves Palestinians became much more overall, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship that they can refer to that. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem. It's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes. I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive six-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon, clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize. One quick example, for example, the holiday of Sukkot. The Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, 3 eggs Adam. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk to shul with one of those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people will decide that the real fruit is an antelope, kind of a lemon-like plant called citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these aspects. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended world document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, or the finish, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents very far from the original text as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the Mishnah tradition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating Havusa, or study partner, Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions on what it is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called Baraita, or Baraitos. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older, they're the same age as the Mishnah, but you make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered independent or not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain convinced. This seems to be still very, very good in the Mishnah, but anyway, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that. Anyway, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they're distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which are the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And these conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? Look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic camps were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. So it's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you wouldn't have to make that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with the Gadata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Gadata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention from most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after generating on the site, it turned out he didn't discover them, he actually wrote them. Forgeries. So a lot of things about that, but not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. Basically, one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in two distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rabbi. When Rabbi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, it's always interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, more recent software, if you will, to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there is a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence and much more pride and central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era. This was actually stated explicitly by the Geonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, the Taik, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud being a bit later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things, and the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, but they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Turkey. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. turn of the millennium, great thinkers like Rabbi and Mr. Biff, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian. Of course, this would become much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well, where they say, you really want to understand the Bavli, and here's the difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? Look back there to see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived in the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can, and this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century, the Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo Geniza may restore lost messages here and there, but it remains very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud is. The Jerusalem Talmud is kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written in the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Daf Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars actually their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older system. And there is many more recruit students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Art Scroll Foundation. Absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. So the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we're entering into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. For those of you who follow the series, know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Korn Publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourself Jews are not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because you should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew origin, to be more precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it, to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of G. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to know that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, the the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. You have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like, I don't know, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speaking know when that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleitwitz in the late 1960s. They actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned not work out, as you have the report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have at the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. What we have at the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1A, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew means someone who believes in Judaism, okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what did they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? And unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words again, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture. So, now, note below there is definition 1B, which is offensive. And here is the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person. So on and so forth. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's what most of the book of Genesis is about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve. And then a few generations from Adam and Eve, you figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has three sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. And so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites, modern English. And this is basically the name Noah for the name Noah, which is a Jews pronounce it. That refers to all humanity. There are Jews, and there are the Noah, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of the Noah. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century, in particular, when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and then it came after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant. His name is Abraham. I put different colors in the page. Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone would be called Jews, nevertheless, Abraham is considered as the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River, and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which would later be called the land of Israel. So, because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why we got the term Hebrew, which is rendered as Hebrew. Okay, so that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, Abraham's grandson, Jacob, Yaakov. And there's a fascinating discussion of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. As a result of that all-night struggle by Yaakov, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which equals Israel, and means one who struggles with God. Translating also one of those major things that we set aside, because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. Let's focus on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. You see, for example, one synagogue had a big school system called Beit Yaakov, or Beit Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as the name is the children of Judah. And that's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes. And number 4 of those sons is named Yehudah. That's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? Why would Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We'll explain it. We'll do a little bit more with history that comes later. So what happens is, with the biblical account, the Jews are just enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You note that Judah, the fourth son, or really descendants of the fourth son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. This one's kind of a border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda, and that's basically where the Judahites, where those who come from Judah live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together into a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age of Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there's a civil war. Now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. the kingdom which is still under Yehuda, Judah. King David is from the tribe of Judah, and so his lineage is primarily active there. And in the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it. Nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south, that lasts for about a century and a half. And then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nonetheless refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population through this. So that's basically it for the political entity called the Kingdom of Israel. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel. But that's basically what happens in the northern Kingdom of Israel. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south. And so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the Kingdom of Judah. The Kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar. There's another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was during the modern regions. But significant sections of the population were moved, especially in the north and so on. And so you've got another major population moving into Babylonia. This remarkable piece of art often representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon, right? Remember when they were across the Euphrates? Here we are back at the Euphrates, in the distance. There's the ziggurat still from Babylon and so on. So you've got about a century when the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, where a large portion of them are in Babylon. Yes, I said the Jews, but I should say the Judahites, right? From the kings of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they were released and allowed to return to Judah, where they re-established themselves as a heritage. The region was part of the Babylonian Empire, which is called Yahoo, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda or Judah. One of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, you have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudi, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan. And Mordecai, shown here in the 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Yehudi. He's referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time that we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they're not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost at the same time, and most of us have no idea what tribe they possibly could have come from. Exception, of course, for the priestly caste, Levites, but most Jews simply don't know what they come from. There's also now, where does the word Jew, which is J, come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Jews, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by languages. This is the earliest inscriptions we have that refers to Jews in Greek. It's called Roscos Israel's inscription. It was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. See what I highlighted in yellow, you have the Theos, which is clearly the word Jew. The sound Greek becomes adjacent to a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea who clearly has sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So it's like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, of the Judea. So that's where we have this first term, Judaeus, and it's especially over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, is an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus' interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth looking at one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that you have implications for the negative connotation of this Jew. Because, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying the kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas portrayed with stereotypical red hair. Medieval art, red hair is often used in caricature manner and often associated with Jews. In fact, there's this DNA evidence from bodies recovered in the well in Spanish England that Jews often have red hair. Wages is just something distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctive, the ugly physiognomy and so on. Judas, which is, of course, the Latin, many perhaps the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew. But it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name. We have lots of names in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we will call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetragrammaton from the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 of the Common Era, when the rebels, the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, eat them up, and then re-stamp them with Jewish language and Jewish symbols and things like that. You can see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by the son of Herod in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the state of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew in the time of Hebrews then it's used to refer to Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north. The term Yehuda was not very prominent, but around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people very long time. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, we would love if you come back to my channel. And I've got tons of videos on a lot of Jewish history that I find it absolutely fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of you who enjoy this and interact in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our Jewish history lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and I show you a bit more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundation implications of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within this historical context. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin between the first and the third century. You can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where the Muslims was emanating to. And of course, this is the period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. It really achieved a huge milestone of really the 4th century when the Edict of Milan would be published. And this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really an illegitimate religious group, not a recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then of course not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire based in Byzantium, later Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine, the synonyms would be circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the fortunes of Judaism largely declined. Something that would continue right up until the modern era in Europe. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of it. You can see there that I have purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire. It will be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be great. Here's another map that shows you the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century, and Rome and the Parthian Empire are at the loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian wars involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor, the Sassanian Empire, which you can see here on this one. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we're discussing the history of the Middle East, primarily in the Parthian and Sassanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. They developed very, very differently in the Middle East. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand. So we've already talked quite a bit about the academies, western yeshivas. In fact, the Talmud calls the yeshivas of the West. This map here shows you the major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land of Israel, which has a long Jews living there. Some of the highlight was Tel Aviv, the city back then, of course, but it's basic in some sense of geography. And that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the 1st century. But there's a significant population right out to the right-hand side of this map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the one who crosses over because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population in the 6th century before the Common Era, as the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they establish quite a community there. Some significant, really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period. They show the Jews thriving as a people. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would re-establish their community in the land of Israel, as discussed in the video. But they would remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish one of the oldest Jewish cities in the world is located here because of that 6th century outside. That's where the topic is. But before that, let's just quickly go back to remember the Jerusalem topic, which preceded the Babylonian topic. As we discussed a couple of videos ago, it's primarily work of Yochanan and Rabbi, prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was run by the Antonines and the Separate dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the 2 disastrous Roman Jewish wars, that begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against Roman government named Gallus, and that will be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, even after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that come together to make up the body of learning that will ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather long in comparison to the Babylonian. Actually quite a bit more, a longer duration as a piece that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. If we move over to the Mesopotamia region, we see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual who is known by the name, it's actually a title, it's a teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied in Israel and brought some of the teachings that was going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who moved between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academies. These were the so-called those who go down. They refer specifically to those who came from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation. So they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cost for those who went back to Jerusalem for basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, sometimes reflected in the texts of the Talmud, and there is, every now and then is punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Nahardal, one of the great centers of the researchers, was when the figure named Ominati Septimus, who came from the region of Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Nahardal in the 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great issues. Perhaps the two most significant are shown here on this map. Sodita and Sura, they had a rivalry going on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center would be most significant. All of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and its discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is really embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record. These fascinating Aramaic curse bowls, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively Jewish language. Although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really unclear how they were employed, other than basically these would be like spells that would be written. There's some ritually broken up or damaged or degraded one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back almost 2,000 years earlier. So there's really mysterious things about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, because we don't know a lot about it, and we will have more readings, but fascinating sort of things. Yeah. So I was thinking a little bit about the origins of Babylonian Jewish code, a bit of the relationship of these thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud to their predecessors in the land of Israel. And we talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document in the current standard edition. It takes up 2,711 folios. It's two sides of that page, so about 55 straight pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Doctio, which is literally a folio today. It started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume sometimes Jews as well, study one page a day of this massive document, and they conclude it every 7.5 years. It's a rather amazing event, and you can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the prior. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it heavily cites key sources, most significantly Mishnah, and I'll talk about that in a second. And it also has influence. You'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different scholars. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text of the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the biblical format that is here today was given alongside oral body teachings, the Torah, and oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text, and one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the 286 pages and deals with aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code, it's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about how does one live according to the Torah. The discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion, so it sort of requires further involvement. This further involvement of living students literally talking, speaking about what this means, and debating with each other was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. We also, by the way, the word Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the finishing. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion of the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not a precise analogy, but the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary on the Talmud. It's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicitly in the Torah, but they're kind of like parallel texts. So the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah. The Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for the students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of that commandment? Who is obligated to follow the commandment? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things. it's an open-ended discussion. Why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep going on and on? On one level, it does go on because the commentaries like Rashi, Tosfos, and others continue discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But at another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for productive discussion of kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And you say, like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you want to play the video game like else but again? It's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So, not the greatest of analogies, but the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible Muslims who find over time by later writers who like codify their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these practices? Like, to give you one example, so the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath, keep it holy. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that should avoid the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, you would assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone. Right? That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, construction of the tabernacle, what's involved in construction of the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved with the walls, dyeing the fabrics, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifices, and all those things. And then eventually, all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,700 folio. What is its significance? It's massively significant. It becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing it exactly the way we're doing it? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are done and why others are not done, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document, primarily in Jewish law, lots of other useful information, which appears only lightly connected to the material side, so tangential to the material, is included in it. So, for example, the whole philosophy of the afterlife, and good and evil, and reward and punishment, and all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility of reading Greek texts and Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it's definitely not a Western one. Follow these discussions in many different areas of thought. Every page is like completely refreshed, completely new. I'm really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Dr. Yomi is such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. They began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, anti-Talmudism, that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty book was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by two 1,000 different rabbis and several other people who have advice over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody can think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there, which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century, that doesn't have far more egregious language than book. It is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in English. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the names you put. Well, actually, I think noticed to just put Talmud in search engine because there are lots of crazy people that put Talmud. Just go to an authoritative website like, for example, Sepharia.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including Talmud in translation. And you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those nasty passages which you can hit some of the dark parts of them. But, the document is so overwhelming and useful and productive that it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the Talmud, and especially when you consider within the context in which they're written, as really, besides the point of how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life as a whole. It's really a wonderful inspirational document. I spent many years myself studying it, writing about it, and speaking about it in other podcasts. So I can go on and on, but I think what I can do for now is stop because give you sort of like a sense of where the Bible was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does. So I'm going to move on to the series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with the forthcoming books from Warren Press, Jerusalem, and that's why I call it Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos. I'm looking forward to your commentary, your feedback, so that we can take what's next. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize. It's been a whole year gap since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons, and I'll take a moment to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for foreign publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going on very well. The first of 3 printed volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem. It's got some peer review, and I'm working now primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been huge. I think this is a lot of changes in my personal life, the ones that I got, and of course the amazing, this awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connections to Israel, and that's really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos of different topics. But I was hoping that the situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for both parties, such that they return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, especially in return of the hostages. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up not in this resurgence during the era of Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I like to spend some time talking about. So let's go to the map here. Have a look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive, it encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There's, of course, a very strong population in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and conquered a couple of years later, by the time the temple around the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. So you have dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region. That's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and as well as population itself. The starburst in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity was growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he traveled throughout the region proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well, many sort of fellow travelers who were drawn perhaps originally to Jews, and they're very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism included, for example, circumcision and dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of the Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the 4th decade of the 2nd century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea, Syria, Palestine, that's the entire region, reaching from what we call today Israel to the regions of Lebanon and Syria, a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into 3 parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, Palestina Tertia, the first, the second, and the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestini, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of the revolt. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and a couple of battles that lasted up to the Second War. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, just mentioned. And then in 351, you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known. But each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region. Often followed it up with significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. Most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of historiography as Julius the Apostate, because he trying to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted the Jews back to their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that with the rise of Christianity, that all faiths were put down, and the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years of power. So it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuild of the temple. Basically, the overall pattern of an ascendant church and synagogue and Judaism decline in political and social and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the patriarchate in the city, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There was significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a depression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning and destruction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and the declaration as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. The Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these real challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and before? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that Jews have been time and time again over the millennia of history of the Jewish people. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar year, the Lunar 59. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and calendar to be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are. But the Jewish calendar has a strong element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have no moon, and the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in the 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays every 2 years are shortened by a few days, which is earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October, you can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar, because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in springtime. That's why the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar, is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that week month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, here we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year, because it occurs in late September or early October as opposed to late August or September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that's out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact, the month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in 1959, Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that still is in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the era. The second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how we interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but it's very close. The Jerusalem Talmud would also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah. It made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, far out to Babylon, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of a much larger and more influential Babylonian creation of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's
How you looking, girl? Can you hear me?
that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened north around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast, Zari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans that everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because people have used that name.
Oh, now I get it. Now I can hear you. How do you? Excellent. Okay, very well. What platform? What, what, what platform? What platform? All right, very well. Very cool. I heard that you're on more contracting. Is there actually possible contracting on site? I can it's not happening. So, apologies. I wish I could hear you. I cannot hear you. Big. there she is. Can you hear me? Are you talking?
To describe their nationality, and so they certainly don't have a Talmud. So in terms of Israel, Talmud is used because the Talmud is perhaps the longest. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable, making it accessible to Jews all over the world, is a phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the third or fourth development of peas. I've never really thought about this so much before, but of peas, which is just quite fascinating. Pea is related to English word poetry, origins, is basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period. And they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the missions. Some of the great Titanic authors of Judaism, Yossi ben Yossi, Yanai, and great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book. And in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they play. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their text, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these poems with their embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities, but readily available to the educators, would be a better opportunity to gain access to this really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues, the institution of the synagogue, and its later representation in other faiths, in churches and in mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tended to be very cultic and based on a specific location, close to Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, not all, but the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And that's what it was. However, before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship. They do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century. And the Reform movement, in particular, wants to try and make synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. You don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple in Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them much more humbling. The word synagogue is a place of gathering. The Hebrew term GUINNESS is the same, as so does Eglise and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering place. It's much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to literally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block, which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize this. It is in Hebrew, right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. It's just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of the well, so clearly not at the place where it's originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman Jewish War, and this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. We have some evidence of synagogues in this early period, some massive versions of synagogues just to look at a few of them here. Here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Siberia synagogue that portrays a zodiac. There's often a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's sometimes challenging to religious sensibilities of the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because there's a mention that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you see in this remarkable mosaic of Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and Abraham is the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand and Isaac in his left hand. So just to the left of Abraham, rather unusual symbol of a hand as the angel reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Yishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful illustrative art of the period. And we also see, in Beit Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, 4 really basic survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. Okay, I hope you'll enjoy this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making lots more videos. Thank you, guys. Someone told me that there were a few common Jews that lived in this neighborhood. And although it's not my area of specialization, I thought I might have to offer at least a broad survey of the history of the communities of the Torah. This is not intended to be the full depth. It's primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of the Torah and Jewish history. So if you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and let my partner go home, and then we can ask the hard questions for the rest. Okay, so I'd like to speak for about 60 minutes. So just talk everything I know of the Torah. It's not something that you very well want to do. So first of all, I think a very important question, where exactly is the Torah? So in many ways, the Torah in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than physical location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in central Egypt, but it's a little bit like the idea of Indonesia, where it's much more than what people today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on the one-to-one basis with what Bukhara is considered. Here is the legal is expected today. If you think about the tradition of the Torah, it's really refers specifically to Emirates that I'm sure you two guys are up. There are about 5 distinct cities within the region of the city. The Torah does not have to count up specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that one. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming out from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Taik. That's most likely one correspondence to foreign Jews in the region itself. We were estimating that 3,000 foreign Jews listed in the Soviet census. Russian as their first language because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language and so many Tajik speakers. We'll add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews
of blue collar who are not blue collar Jews, specifically those influential Ashkenazi Jews. Many of them came from the 20th century, which we'll discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in blue collar, but only briefly focus primarily on the business. To take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zan, in demographic studies, estimates about 80,000 blue collar Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus, and soon may be having to be cut. There's 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old blue collar community that expanded severely in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. My decision to know that if you look at Uzbekistan today, there's almost completely empty of Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Jakarta today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants in World War II. So, Bukhara Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukhara Jews around the world in Israel and in certain parts of New York City as well. Usually, find the streets and look for relevant regulators, the property line, the local authority. Also, the preponderance of barber shops, all shops in the So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the economy to very, very associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 2 dozen coins that were issued by the Emperor Vespasian and his son. Trying to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're almost the same on the left. We have either Vespasian, the Roman Emperor, who destroyed the sovereignty of his son, who was born and destroyed the temple. And on the right, we have this phrase Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this moving Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate in size. And on the right is despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands, either Papyrus, declined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed terrifying with her hands behind her back, because just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire around Israel has been subjugated to Rome. There's a ball something tall in the middle of one of Israel's most important stories. So this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. There will be no more Jewish presence in Israel or, in fact, in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated their state. Now, there were 3 major revolts. The first one, of course, was up in the destruction of the temple, and then the revolt in the 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 135, that was basically the last major revolt. It was small, but also in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, the first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sanherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of Israel and executed a population transfer to the regions in north of Iran and Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, also the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting until the 20th century period of Babylonian Jewry and the Talmudic Jews and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara and Central Asia? We definitely have some movement of Jews in this region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi Ben Shmuel, this is a place called Mur, that's discussed in Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and that there are no That's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a European community in Bukhara. There is also some archaeological evidence showing the use of characters in the proto-Taik language. So the Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the past, stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there than we have, but the tradition sort of in this point. I see something you Dr. Singer is appreciating. Okay, this goes over very well by the way of Ashkenaz. They see what's going on in this lab. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onwards, primarily because Bukhara is open on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses almost Central Asia, which is the major route for goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean, of course, all points from Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forwards. Bukhara, as you can see with the yellow arrow, is an extremely important site there, and Jews will most likely locate in Bukhara along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, dealing written in Persian, but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, very German, written with Hebrew letters. There's your Arabic written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German phlegm, and audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road in the all of the Judeo language developed primarily literate populations in the medieval world. And even the people among whom they live, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people in whom they live typically do not reinvite their own language. That's why, for example, Russian has a tremendous vocabulary of French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. Actually, have a very Hebrew original Russian and French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why the Jews would be trained in the language of the most familiar with from speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have really further along the Silk Road in this remarkable 8 of the 1,000 Buddhas. I think that's the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones. In the Cape of Thousands, we found this amazing Sivigah, a prayer from the 8th century, in literate Hebrew, and carried lovingly by a traveler over the Silk Road, fortunately abandoned but still found in the 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route. Then we start to know a lot more about the Jews of Bukhara, is primarily that they're Muslim leader. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it's across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way out to Spain, crossing into Spanish territory in 711, which is settled ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These folks were trained with Ashkenaz. I don't know what you guys know. Ashkenaz and their golden network. And of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates north into established locally becoming regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is how this affects the by now century-old theory of Bukhara Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph after Muhammad, the first caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and then we have the early written documents in the 9th century. But this pact was essentially an agreement, or a proposed agreement that regulated how students would be allowed to be in it's an extremely important agreement. It was not always huge, quite often restrictions which were able to be circumvented by an appropriate bribe here and there. Sometimes the safety that you enjoyed were ignored by Muslim authorities. But for the most part, this Pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed you to live with some of the regularity of the Muslim past. And it's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community and live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, develop an communal status, be more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops the lowest, I'm not talking about violence anti-Semitism, but can't join the cleansing process, country club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, things like that. So that is something that actually good for the women to love people's strength. When that disappears, then we run into this assimilation. That's primarily been a challenge in America, in much of, especially the 20th century, so middle anti-Semitism that Jews have sort of disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing themselves since October 7th. What this Pact of Umar saying that basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, Islam or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They have a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So this is three basic characteristics. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage in large outward displays of their religious dress. They're not allowed to build religious structures, so theoretically you could prepare an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. Meaning the idea of the Pact of Umar was to keep Jews and institute should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you send over 1200, 1300 years, it's forced to be restored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find a way to zoning officer, they'll pay their pride, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. All of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is that it's going to be continued. They could not, have the pool parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbolic and just like a sign of religious inconvenience, especially when they were always raised there. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction, that's what a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain upwards ways of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses, they could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, they could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often, obviated or circumvented to liberal life, but nevertheless, a general principle that Jews have to be second class all the time, and we see as such class. And finally, preferential support of Muslim, all kinds of and sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish, called jizya, also applied to Christians, non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim countries, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a victimless slap on the face from the Muslim taxpayer collecting on it. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating thing. But again, it can vary from time to time, from officer to officer, whether it is a symbolic slap on the face. You can imagine, however, if the residents of the Jewish community have to go and deliver the criminal taxes 4 times a year, and then you see a slap on the face, it is definitely a tendency to send a very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society and have a place to protect together, but not necessarily feel comfortable at home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers, usually religion, scriptures, things like that, is usually forbidden to sell alcohol, which was forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially if they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret could design to accommodate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If they build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get the house higher than that. But that is so this is kind of like the elements that have to be knowledge. Again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate that in the 20th century, 21st century, but they nevertheless realize that we live because Jews tend to really live in environments which are ROTHSCHILD means a society is governed by law. So in other words, there is further. I may understand that I'm suffering from discriminations and maybe elections to elements that means I can't vote or different things like that. But I know that if something's going on, and I think that when you look at the policies, people go look for the public and that will suffer fine, but not like the issues. That's kind of that. That's why we look at this like using Quebec in the 20th century, South Africa, she thinks about strong is because of that kind of background and necessity to allow them to flourish without allowing them to. So that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period in the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. Christian Europe being from a totally different idea or different theological systems. They call it the doctrine of witness. And I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, to compare, doctrine of witness is basically the church fathers doctrine based from the 4th century when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. Was actually an innovative concept, slave that he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if you kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is now a reason to use, albeit the second-class status in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution is not the institution. Now, what's I think fascinating about the Quran is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about that. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their abilities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically know they're absorbed in the background numbers of history. We get to know a lot more about them after Rabbi Maimon. Sharia is essentially a necessary charity for religious institutions in terms of spot in order to do it. You falls in love with himself is not a future. However, what brings to respond is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Joseph Taik. He was a Torah, of course, he was a Spanish refugees born in Spain and then settled the South, wanting to know much of North Africa, and the continent for a long time, and then most the lasting contribution to Jewish history was the official Bible, the code of Jewish law. And one of the things that's so crucial about this period of time is that although the modern Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, were observing it primarily through a method, being a scholar, my father did, a scholar, my grandfather did, and I basically understand that as handed down as the sort of but this concept of unexpected thinking, the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular taste shop they really liked because it had something like a value for it. But you know what? It probably was a little less than maybe the monolithic size that it landed in. But you know what? That's the size that's had. And we like this stuff. So it could easily be imprinted into generations afterwards. And fish shops should be the size of a pencil. That's what they use. That's what they also use. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi or North Israelites, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in print. In many areas of halacha, this is not my area of expertise, but in many areas of halacha, there are many areas that one is precisely the correct experience. He makes one particular path, but there are many other areas that are still susceptible, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen by the confirmed by the mom, the apostle of God, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to be always in a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning and authority to challenge something that is in it. My grandmother had a challenge to say, I probably should have this, but both remember, she used to say, Lázaro más que son de say she I'll translate it. On a glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, I would blessing, because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, how do they apply? At that time when proof is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other positions. We see this especially in regions where they had all to prayer traditions. The Torah is exactly what was used to an essay, order of prayer, things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Torah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual. So France, Orange style, it's kind of holy spirit, our products, worship, so many different versions that the country did not print a prayer book. And that's exactly what happens in Bukhara is by being such a devotee of this great halachic and mystic from Scott, or who lived in Scott in the old age, but goes to Bukhara, who's able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have, has all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you do in David, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Required to be adopted with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukhari Jews, like many Jews, in our alone, Iraqi Jews, Saudi Jews, Israeli Jews, to Florida, Spanish, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they were the half of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to these millions, but also to the fact that the Jews it could have been at the time such as used for Yosef Power terms of their own criminal authority, we would all be strong. And we would all be like, right? Actually, I really got to what did I do next? Yes, sun, right? Oh, that's right. Okay, so he is widely useful, not in order to essentially revolutionize the Sephardic attachment to which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to note this is someone who might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation. Diana Cooper, and this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the Collins teams in particular, some schools that she attended, she tried to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historic massive myth of the Collins being kind of like Jews of Central Asia. Nobody knew about it. It was only discovered in the 18th century by Joseph Rabbi, but the reality is that the myth, we have lots of evidence of our Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, numbers of scholarly works, and so on. It happens that the influence of Rabbi and the Shulchan of this crucial. These were not lost truths or waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their Hermetic culture, Hermetic tradition, until the Shulchan was actually shown to. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century. One little bit of tour of history. Let me take you to the Russian period. And you might wonder, how did this term start speaking Russian? Well, it's basically touches the region, and they used that as well. Things changed when the Russian Empire expands into the region primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden the foreign Jews had a moment of being of privileged status. The Russians, of course, are Orthodox Christians. Coming to this region was overwhelmingly Muslim, and they do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. There are so much of fairly oppressive measures to try to control this critical Western region, some far from Afghanistan, which is essentially Vietnam. So they impose all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews in the product, and the Jews had extensive slaving knowledge and abilities that they had been using through since the medieval period and the sixth grade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give the foreign salespeople, the foreign capitalists, the foreign tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time when it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Western Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars starting this afternoon, that Jews would not be allowed in the holy mother Russia. So the dictator of Rome took the order of Christianity, and so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was in the state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she was promoted into Russia's civilian military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single conscription in the world. And she actually makes a decision, what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland, how do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement, which is a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia all all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine, that Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive, kind of a massive scatter living. Jews were overcrowding, but at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross large cities like St. Petersburg, Moscow, and certain cities in the area, like Kiev, Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live. Thousands of people there illegally. Anyways, so Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to make the trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but the foreign Jews were allowed. Foreign Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of this. Connections to exploit the new territory possessions opened up. And with that money, they also followed my Rabbi's teaching science by opening up science, proto-science organizations, really ahead of famed organizations like Hebrew and Sebastian in Ukraine, who had the requirement to set for the church in the late 19th century. So, up until the Soviets come to power in 1918, the Jews in Holland were doing fantastically well under Russia. Then they eventually lose one of the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the second revolution in November of that year. October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, Soviet, the Russian calendar, and then you have the Communist Revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jewish culture. You consider this individual a Rabbi named Stefan Liebenstein, who was later named the head of the Yevsektia. Yevsektia was the Moravian section, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. This was an organization, organ of the Soviet, which was designed specifically to try to make Jewish communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to a certain degree Jewish culture to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. A lot of crazy experiments during the time of the Yevsektia was a place such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs in that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and then capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of aspirations towards God, which is God viewed as a multi-religious aspect. Liebenstein, however, before his posting as the head of the section, was the head of education in the college. He came in there strong, desperately trying to convince the foreign Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They terribly bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the Militant Atheism. It's not fun. It's actually an organization sponsored by the section. They published magazines like this one called Anti-Torres, The Heresy, Space Bolshevik, the Russian military, Godless. And it's for a tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the foreign Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called colonization, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect, but it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Like the Easter eggs, you can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Taik, for example, which is basically Judeo-Touching. The tragic language written in Hebrew characters. They said it's okay to have your language, but first of all, it has to make a proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for the very time the Taik was written in Roman letters, so we have an English language, and then there's a very East text. Similar language is really how it happened. And that lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst. There's nothing really Jewish people who were going to the end of the world to try and decide to also do nothing. And they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under colonization. That's the authentic language. But you have to make it proletarian and make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they did illegal in the 1930s were final letters. Right? When you do your alphabet, there are 22 letters. 5 of them, the not taught, are written differently to occur at the end of the word. Right? And it's very fast at the top. So in other words, it's effectively illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem. The Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that just get used. The Ukrainian don't use Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G can be illegal. If you print it in Ukrainian, don't put the letter G in it. Anti-Semitic. I consider it kind of ironic that there is a comment, right? And so this is of course the Chabad Siddur published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people call me either Henry or Henry. So yeah, it isn't really saying Henry. So, but the word Tilat Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. So therefore, to indicate it, I've added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as H. So they try to take away our letters. We actually take a letter in turn, and now we have the Hashem. Okay, coming over here, kind of spare enough space for you to follow it. So that is awesome to follow it. This order and after I was really doing this usual experiment posed by the president Taik, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was that they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far east, right? Quite a way, probably about halfway, including Moscow, and really done. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned travel to Cuban Jackson. So, nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish out there for 2 decades. The only thing we would say about it is that proximity one thing that we gotta say here, next week we are going to speak more next week's topics in Russia, which really lapse is really good. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for the Tatar and Jewry, Russian Jewry as a whole, is an incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, this commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. We used to say, the Cathedra Alavida is always over the top. It's way more than any other organization really do what most Jews. Hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggled in Sigurim and Shapiro and things like that. Chabad was deeply invested in preserving the Jewish Tatar and the entire Russian Empire. First from the period of the Rabbi, from the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law successor, there was Malcolm Anderson, phenomenal student that really kept the theme of Jesus of God, really following it. We were through this level next week. It's an important place for us right now. Okay. Much of Bukhara and Jewish food contains a shocking image under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic that by deeply investing in uh, major public works, like building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea of planning these books. There were so many jokes about this in Russian culture. The train's not in there, so you shut the window and then you would set the trains to see what it. That's exactly what happened in the time for advances in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a church-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted for people who were denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, no, we've been producing, and when they were investigating, they said, oh, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we see the amount of wheat and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs, veterans inside of society. These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to Gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but maybe as effectively as 16 million people who were purged, were sent off to exile, and were murdered. That's the number of deaths involved, especially when you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and Donbass region that was also part of this period. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of the purges, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazic Jewry. On June 22nd, 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He could fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time. So therefore, he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was the deal. And so that means you have Hitler the ability to conquer the West, France fell, Belgium fell, and so on. And once they pacified the West, and Hitler turned to real territorial ambitions, but one of the Scottish Nations that was the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was his surprise attack on the Soviet Union. It was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule and so on. So the period was really at the darkest time of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why is this especially relevant for us? Is because we sent four squads of mobile killing called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, and they were older, they were weak, things like that, and they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little Städtlocks that dotted the regions, filled with thousands of to round them up, bring them out to the leaves, and some places and force them to dig their own graves, and then execute them in that time. This period of the Holocaust is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets. something lasted somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe. There's actually, you can see that many locations where this happened. Today was perhaps the most infamous, probably now there's God and Russian repeating the beating of the Bala, some 32,000 Jews killed in these states and incredible amount of killed. That also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors are very short still in Lithuania, so I have a monument to that city, it's not such a big issue. So this happened in the beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1922, the Nazis had decided to wind up the United and then switch to the deportation system that took people to the newly constructed death camps. 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It's kind of like an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to the rat poison, cyclone gas, so what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, like 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army in 2 weeks. And we ended up with Uzbekistan, Bukhara, and Siberia, but really in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazi, especially under the Ossetia, by all accounts, the Bukharans were welcomed as Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality. Like my own father, Oliver Solomon, his family, and took him, a welcome kind of reward, their own home. That's what the Bukharan Jews did to Ashkenazi. Even though they could easily have said, we matter with you, Ashkenazi. You do to us Stalin, the Kurds, and so on. And, it's in their language. And so that they did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazi with tremendous kindness, and that allowed some Jews to survive the Holocaust. You hear about people who are in prisons who survive the Holocaust like we in this region, it's largely due to kindness of the Jews who were sent there. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem, where you can see as Jews of the region of Bukharan, where they actually established really developed homes going back in time to the 1880s and 1990s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles or the Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the despair camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel, which largely emptied out the following of its original language, came with Operation Exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, establishment of not only Israel but also places like this. And I think what we said by way of tension in the current legacy began a discussion with this discussion of this poem, the Akata poem, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroyed them. We can never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them. Completely humiliated them. Judaism and that. So I want to show you an interesting medallion that was made in Israel in the 1950 days to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the state of Israel. The medallion was commissioned, and on one side it has these images And those are kinds of elements that we see. There's the phrase to get a captive, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of Luke, of exile. But on the obverse, you have the sequel, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with her infant child, an affirmation of life, and on the right side of the despondent woman, you have a sadistic planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with the modern Jews, that like this rebellion, the Collins are people that value life. We are life as formative people. Yes, they like haircuts for sure, but they also are, like all Jews, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their rendezvous, their successive which has allowed them to survive so many centuries under so many oppressive environments and allows them to flourish in contemporary things. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I just took another couple of questions, all hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that actually tells something about it. It's up for the Jews, Russia, and Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Henry Ibbotson. I'm a historian, and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube, primarily because it's very difficult to convey in an appropriate fashion the material that I'd like to discuss with you over the course of the next 30-odd mini lectures. However, given contemporary events, it seems to me much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily on modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really only one booklet study on the Holocaust, and that's specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columbus Clement Shapiro, known as the Ish Kodesh. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Emil Fackenheim, who is a working-renowned philosopher, and Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews of France during the Holocaust. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust? We all know what we're speaking about, but where does this strange name come from, and what exactly does it refer to? So certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the words that American uses or the terms that one might think, pardon, in a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon that's known as 9/11. That's hardly a name that's descriptive of what is going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore they call it 9/11. Perhaps in 50 years we may have a different word to describe those events of the early 20th century, but for the time being, it seems like Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the mass destruction of European Jewry. If you were to ask my grandmother of blessed memory, she would refer to it as Churban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Churban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban or Churban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, there's somehow a historical continuity between the great destruction of the temple that were antecedent to the exiles, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, and so the Churban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek terms genos, meaning people, and sidere, meaning killing. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, God forbid, terms like this. So genocide was a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here in this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but it also could have a cultural element as well, which is, we'll come back to that perhaps when we return to this topic at the end of these lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah, where Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of Kulo Olah, everything goes up, it becomes smoke, and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term Churban, religious in nature, that it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages in which the term Olah appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to in a very positive sense, meaning that God, as it were, smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach nichoach, it is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So the term, one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice for the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Klaus Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is endusum, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And and that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. To find a solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's the terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian names, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee Conference, when Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They can list, such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually violent. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized, and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau. See that they were literally setting up factories of gas, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items will certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that, yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to history called the intention, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. So there's a lot of good arguments that indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity. He did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later. In fact, it was into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa, and that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's the violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans. Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people with developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there were other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. This very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. But let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family, and is an idea that was first created by Francis Galton that took the very obvious observations that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. And you see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community. And this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society. Um, and it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program, for example, or a Lifeborn program, was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this, perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals called Wilmington and Alfred Oether wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally able to other members of society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt, in a Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Heinz-Gerhard Kreutzfeldt, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking a diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip Buda, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they were not coming home. The public protest against this destruction of life unworthy of life was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just about 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a Kahila-type organization, kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease because it wouldn't make sense to have, a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Spartan and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the Western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we moved towards the turn of the 20th century. The wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it's a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that would be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred 13th through the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to, arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those were the American terms, of course, back then, called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Hebrew, their use of Yiddish, significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. But it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course, it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looked at various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of the Jews for years were politically quiescent and were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we'll return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and is used to identify Spain. Even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazim Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardic Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who would tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire. Much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that did not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrate the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There were political enemies, That's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals, even in the Nazi code of criminality. If anyone were ranked as a criminal, he should be thrown into these concentration camps. There were Bidgo Bolsheviks, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazis, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was the generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. You can see here the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis. The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Landner, for example, has identified the difference between what he calls conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatred that you see between all kinds of different people for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism. That, unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow, by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, he could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic theories that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems that Greeks and Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day in seven to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contributions to human civilization, the fact that they would take off one day in seven meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the first century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies, and when they crushed their political enemies in year 70 after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the realized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period, and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism, is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia and synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed, with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the Ten Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right, synagogue is depicted wearing the new coat. This is kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue who's riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Verden, Germany, in the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagogue, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head, blindfolded, the crown is being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered. And the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie, but has no basis in reality, and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incidents, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on our website even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century, said without irony whatsoever. This is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the move, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there's a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of Jews. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr. who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore, he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews, based on linguistic theory that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. By Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, can indicate overall undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so he was the Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism. That was joined with the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Others of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. Right? The idea of a conspiracy, and of course the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing with the blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited, but as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly. There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. Just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power. Die Sünde wider das Blut, the sin against the blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Victor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called the Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, the Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse. And if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory, that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Jewish strikers, Der Sterne magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish, and the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable, but we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jews. We have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So the Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic, to show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. Here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug. Spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word cough. But the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. Let's move back to this 20th century. The second major element, which is very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism, is the concept that the Jews are linked to an international conspiracy. And that's in fact what this particular image is titled. And you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless the world authorities, Roosevelt, America, Churchill, and Stalin in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew, what the caption means, meaning that the Jewish capitalists. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch spot, in this case the registrar doing on it, the heavy jowls, lips and nose, these are all stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for
terms is prurience. You know, I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography. That there's a kind of like can't look away from the grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident, you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalize on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples of this is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says, Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. And that's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. And this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come by to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. Quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany, you can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Hitler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done. This is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920, very tempted to think was actually painted by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur artist. You can see in the bottom, there are the initials AH, and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks. But the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, once again the prurience, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered. It was a very, very important thing. And it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior. Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945. There's this school of thought, which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Göring and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having, the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looks at the events of the Holocaust and defined it in this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101 and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust. And the most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, if you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of generalization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chambers, kind of like a ratchet effect, that as one thing changes, another thing changes as well, hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau-Opfium. You can see here on the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study history. He married and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin. That would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission at school, but he was rejected. And in fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. It tends to be things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing, and gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. Can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented. He wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde, and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we're having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who was famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this face statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I. I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. We're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre period cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow, the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. Part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology, the change in stability, and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. Just think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most perhaps cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war, and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier with the pause and you have to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death, and people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas, this is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was wrong, float over into civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz and Treblinka and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that was later on in the 1940s. Then here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. With the sheer degree of shelling especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I named quite often these disfigured veterans, losing limbs, things like that, came back to the European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of, marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires in World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austria-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austria-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian-Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. But Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to Poland. So there's a really dramatic mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks, who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country of Lithuania. It was located in the east of Poland. Some amazing, bizarre changes were put into place, and so there's a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look less anti-Semitic. But anyway, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I. And Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case. But many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, oh, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If it were not for these unnamed backstabbers who associated with Jews, they would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe in another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in great detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated them very prominently. But the anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies, and so on, all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So if people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time, they'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Touchstedt, and on the one side you have this kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Touchstedt is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging mouth, hanging from a tree as ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, "Would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money?" If you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred at that time. Here on one side is two bills. You see medieval drawn plan of the town of Sternberg. And here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is through the doctrine of transubstantiation. identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of the theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century, when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders, that's the way the story goes, and on the left they are stabbing the host and it's running freely with blood, a miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is in fact the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must have been like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s. These would be the kind of background noise, the other of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity. German Christians, Rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows an Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew with the forelocks and with the side locks and a keepa of the forked tongue of a snake and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi Party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich Beer Hall Putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch which Hitler participated in was short-lived. The Nazi Party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there, and he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous, and his Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here is a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts as they are popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement, the so-called Night of the Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate journalists and so on with their paramilitary expression. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazi Party proceeded at pace. In the elections of May 1928, you can see that the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate, but by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25, and by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party, with 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones we fear the most, were the communists, and then through some political wrangling, which would take still further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching. Here is 1933, first takes control of through the late 1930s, and especially right up until the stop line, which was a key point in Nazi policies toward Jews, as we shall see next. And during these 6 odd years of activity, Hitler would make influence in the states as quite a change. So on a political level, he begins when he's made chancellor in January. The next month, there's a very suspicious fire at Taik, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of speculation as to how this fire is actually set. But some people definitely capitalized on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political blockers the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Neighborhood Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator. This is a very important point that we should remember, that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and misleading rhetoric and force, particularly creating person like his gangsters and say this kind of focus on the last but he was nevertheless elected. So what is the function entail for us in the first century? Shortly after establishing the Neighborhood Act, he was to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt threatened his power base, and create the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. The major difference between them is that the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, so-called feminists days, like the Nazis killed them, but they were established. And now we set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily. Shortly after that, he has all of the other parties disbanded, with the notable exception, of course, of the Nazi Party. So, in a nutshell, within 2 months of appointed chancellor, Hitler effectively became the dictator of Germany, and very little population on the whole followed further into his. There's much more to say about the social There were two major things that are happening in terms of social life at this point. One element is the social ostracism of it, the designation of those who are not part of the national narrative, that's where it comes to, and specific isolation of those groups and persecution. Among the first to feel this are the so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well. We were quite in America. And in Germany, they were regarded as they were not Lutherans, they were not typical Protestants, they were not Catholics. And so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out a document shown here, the Bill for clarification, which identifies them as, not politically active and not listening to challenges, papers on, and it did very little for them because particular subjects. Another group, very small group, we're talking about no more than 300 members. It was so-called Lion Masters. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to the offspring of African soldiers who served World War I on German territory, German soil. And there was a certain number of people, there's a lot of people in this category, but there were some particular roles serving in French regions, for example, who formed relationships with local German women and produced offspring. So these mixed race individuals were, blown out of proportion in terms of their size, and also in terms of their reported negative racial impact on German people. And they were a favorite, target of Hitler's ire. So violent bastards, quote unquote, were specifically identified as people who were outside of the German empire. Shortly after that, terrifying, 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring. Horrible disease. It gave the state the right to determine anyone with the most negative impact as perceived on the German population, as the state was given the right to sterilize. And obviously, the term genetic is appropriate here in Britain. Based on what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level, those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological or religious, certainly involved. Were isolated, were persecuted, because they felt the challenge the overall self. Now, Jews, of course, suffered tremendously as part of this overall policy, but not necessarily in the same ways as for Jews, one of the most significant early attempts was actually unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to do a nationwide boycott of Jewish owned businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population. For various reasons, perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoyed going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in the commercial activity of the state. It's a very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about 500,000 people, but the boycott ended up being a big problem. Hitler sent out the Abteilung, the so-called brown shirts, which is in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans beware, do not buy anything from Jews, stand up some Jewish businesses, they would deface the windows and the storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on, but it turned out not to be very popular things for the churches at all, and it was also to be a Hitler went over it, quite motivated, and we find other ways to proceed. Very important point that we must understand. is that for every minority that is ostracized, but there also includes rather diabolically driven something called ROTHSCHILD, which is really bringing into shifting into the system, finally what is saying. So there's a lot of emphasis on saying that these populations are not us, they are not us. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the safe inside the secure inside. Earliest here, for example, are the Boy Scouts called the Christians, because the next on how military formations, disciplines, order, and all kinds of programs, questions, values, or as they have important Deutsche what to say about but the idea of like you may not be part of the outgroup, but you are definitely included in the game to have a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from it. All of this, by the way, is focused very much on the person and personality. We're not talking about, the glory of Turkey and its values, things like that. So much focus specifically with the this book cover, which reads, Mutter, erzähl Mother, tell us stories about how he's a glory and look how their mother, and it's this glory image in the background, but she will tell us she wants to live stories of the theater and the houses, of the personality surrounding it, and supported, focused by childhood, to bring it together in this person. When it comes to Jews, as problematic issues for early West that's the question of who exactly is this? Do we understand who is Jewish? So that we can properly put that in the outcome. Because Germany, for at least a century, went through a process of latent data assimilation part of the Jewish population. Intermarriage rate was roughly 1.3 such as the period. And there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy who are in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. Names of great authors like Heine, thinkers like Florence, Marx, they on and on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses, who were leading the culture. All kinds of war heroes who earned the Iron Cross of World War I were of Jewish origin. So Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually police over the question of history and the most significant law that came out in this regard was the so-called the Nuremberg Law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant Jews. On this chart, you can see that anyone with 4 or at least 3 grandparents who are Jewish is considered a Jew. Anyone with 4 Aryan grandparents, that is not Jewish basically, would be considered a Jew. And then you have these middle categories, the so-called Mishlekim. The Mishlekim of the first degree Mishlekim is something like 2 Jewish grandparents, or a Mishlekim of the second degree, or diluted, was somewhat more than Jewish. In the end, this has a lot to say about the priority of some gas chambers, ultimately the Mishlekim of the second degree disposition. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it's a grandmother or grandfather, maternal or paternal descent, that does have a role in the way Jews define themselves. It does not have a role in the entirely racial disregard. So, with the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified as Jews. The whole series of laws called the laws of German monarchy that took place that specifically banned Jews from all variety of organizations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews are not allowed to fly the German flag, some issues related to ROTHSCHILD, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants, 40 things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the civil service exclusions. Jews were no longer allowed that any kind of job that is associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges and as teachers, for example. You see in this particular really twisted propaganda, bizarre teaching teaching violent power to make a name for himself and propaganda for Nazis. The cover of the book describes a German proverb where you should never trust his thoughts and feel more than his thoughts. And in this sort of, it's in a historical way, what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are together. You can see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde-haired children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with less than pure complexions. Curly hair, and that includes not only the children who are given out in the streets, but also the teacher who is German as well. Celebrating that Aryanization of their school as part of the consequential. Also adds to this by per se, it's not used to own the majority stock home businesses that have to take on a non-Jewish partner. With a non-Jewish partner, 51% control of your business. Typically, traditional shop owners hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store. A bunch of other economical discrimination. Here's another thing, by the way.
What's going on? How you living?
Contrast the stereotypical Arab.
Can you hear me? What's going on, babe? Can you hear me? How's your day going? Fuck you. Fuck you, cow.
Working at the left, their chest is a muscular, upright, massage, and muscle came in right into the true city dweller, commerce, overweight, smoking, so much. Kind of mindset goes with the house group. Last and Chandra, this included race shame. Hitler himself had a bizarre fixation on this idea, and of course, everything that Hitler thought, because of his cult of personality, really percolated down throughout the Nazi hierarchy into German society as a whole. Rothschild specifically refers to relationships that involve male and female partners. And there's a tremendous amount of emphasis placed in out marriages and so on. Typically employing the ground troops to rough up periods of public relations of mixed couples, very English couples. Women was wearing signs that she refers to themselves as they because she raised as a Jew. It's a right, the Jewish man. It's also someone who takes German music into the example. Here's another example of a German woman living chapter who's never had relationships with Jews in the streets. What's most terrifying about this is having civilians surrounded by not only ground troops themselves, but even the women on the right here, smiling civilians who are clearly ignoring what other people do. Just so mindful of what it's like all the time. And after the Nuremberg laws, the whole series of laws and persecutions, concepts marked only for the signs that people think Jews are unself here. Jews are lot of times we're fully descriptions on buses with okay. Sign during the next 30, not the 5 years, significant amount of if you look at the periods of 1933 and 1937, for the Stalin, 120,000 people spread more than a quarter of the people. The real challenge is not accuracy, but really saying this is it's for that economics of so on, and to the risk of working on cars. But add to that, the fact that these countries are not willing to have to take them in. That's expensive to sadly, many of them fled to closer regions in Europe. That's how we need to keep this up. Next video, Stalin. What really is by the end of that, policy that I criticized government says allies generals came to the allies allowed territory to there was the problem with this was a region that was after World War I and the person symbolic help, but it was power. Second, very important concept. This refers to Austria. That Austria culture, Austria everything separate countries. Austria was which and great success of the 1930s. And the Austrians felt that they should pitch their wagon to Hitler's and practice that's very important. And finally, and very for itself, not advanced in any other country in Mexico. Based on Philadelphia and some of those things. So that's yeah, these our time. The famous last words because the attack on Mexico without even that let us recall here that Germany is the one of the great military risks for Germany that it cannot fight to become war. That is, it cannot easily engage with forces to its west and its simultaneously is not very well. The logistics and supply chains of even forces back and forth very distinct but simultaneously production. So as a result, first pacify and once that was fully engaged, then the rest of that's back exactly what we did. In a secret pact that was signed by so-called Molotov Trust. So on this question, I basically said that Germany promised not to attack each other get rid of the later belong double cross down would attack us once the attack with us. But once it was after but for the time being, the region was safe for the Stalin strategy. Now, what was it for Stalin to accept this? Basically, it was for Poland and the Baltic. Associate was Germany were separated by several countries. And then Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, so-called Baltic countries. Now, all of these regions were actually part of the Russian Empire before 1970. Then the Russian Empire collapsed in two revolutions that came together, resulting in the Union Soviet Socialist Republic. And these were two countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, created the market. Other countries were also doing something like that. And so the Soviets wanted back some of that territory, and they made the US that if Stalin was used on that attack, then Germany would invade the West, and the Soviet Union would invade the East. That's in fact, that's exactly what they did shortly after the attack was signed. So, this is what the conflict was. Germany on the left requires this large kind of established area, laser correction organization. There's going to be a little bit more complicated with this but right the rest of the area is and Estonia and Latvia. It is after World War I, now had an energy taken away from them. But did establish a couple of services and the Socialist Republic of Lithuania, but they were clearly dominated. Similarly, Poland was divided as the West region, or Germany's eastern region, or east. They have a lot of central I look at this in a little bit more detail. This map is a little simplified. Here's the one that shows there was some adjustments to the map over the course of those very basic definitions of for example, if this way question relevant distributions of the movie. But when we look on the left, you see questions where they look like the chives, red, document, yeah, most of these studies for the public. Then you can over where that in the next few years, we had one of the really wow, the establishment of the ghetto and the lecture speaking about some of the aspects of life and death. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September of 1930. You recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of nationals for 63 stepping growth and it's important to note that although they invaded in discipline and orderly and full of purpose and intention, it's clear that Nazis were not entirely sure what they were supposed to do about the Jews within this Poland. It was very clear and with guidance about how the Jews were supposed to live and what the Nazis were supposed to do with them, immediately upon their arrival in Poland. And in fact, there is ample evidence of the internal squabbling among various organizations within the Nazi Empire and whether or not they were to continue into Poland and other regions. But one of the features of the Jewish experience during this period is the fact that the Nazis one of the pronounced phenomena of the early invasion in the fall of 1939 was the singling out and abuse of Jews, especially those who were obviously Jewish, for Republicans. And we have a distinct photographic record of this. Here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht publicly humiliating a Jew by forcing him to wear his prayer shawl and to mutilate their tefillin and phylacteries with loudly and laughing there in the background. Orthodox Jews whose leaders were especially targeted, and the forelocks and tails were brutally cut off, and the beards were cut off, some were not cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of even children being attacked and having their tails set on fire and run around screaming, trying to put everything. One of the reasons why we have such a distinct and rich photographic record of experience is because the Nazis themselves took these photographs and sent them back home to the girls and the wives and so on. So just watching this great but within short order, the Nazis did at least apply some geographic designations for the most significant change between the past year pre-war Poland is delineated by the Taik border was the establishment of the region called the General Government, or often mentioned in French as the General Government. You see here in this Poland, the outside of the whole Poland city, each area is part of the General Government. This red border is the Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in a previous lecture that was, of course, brought over by the Nazis in 1941. And the General Government showing the change was expanded to include coalition with which would have been now, what exactly was meant for this region is something that the Nazis themselves debated. It's clear that the region to the west, that to the left of the General Government, is annexed Jews which pushed out into the General Government. And later we will see Jews imported to the General Government from the occupied Europe as well. But the local leaders of the General Government after the Soviet Union has and the black stars in the south are especially significant for the area because that has to be overthrown lines up later on. There are many other devils not shown on this map. And one last thing that's very important to compare many of the with the associated ghettos and the establishment of the major death shown here. That they are all together living out there is very clear. Think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos within very long rural cities, which have Jewish populations of 7,000 to 800,000. Jews often are associated with urban locations. They tend to live in the downtown commercial districts because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have cities embedded right in the downtown sections of these very important cities. Have a look at the map of Warsaw here, which shows the ghetto boundaries. And that's these 6 months, actually a full year, determine the actual boundaries of the ghetto. Primarily because a lot of local authorities objected to having important things within the ghetto. Cathedrals, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And so by the time they finally decided where the boundaries would be, and then shrunk them several times, you can see on the right from when Passion is where the boundaries were shrunk. Quantifiably less people, in fact, many of these larger ghettos like Warsaw had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was in the tiny villages throughout Eastern Europe. It is further crowded into smaller areas. Yellow boundaries show the areas where added red minor additions to the ghetto boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is great. There are major sections, streets that are off limits to use, and so as you wanted to walk from one of these corners to address on the other side of the boundary, you have to go all the way around to make that happen. There were in some ghettos places that were bisected by trolley lines so that public transportation could see the ghettos that on those things themselves, and it's really quite intimidating for the establish the ghetto boundaries over the effective when those boundaries were established, in some cases they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Warsaw. And the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the Jewish population. You see, at least one of the workers there is sort of explaining the concept that was required of Jews, even though they would be housed in the ghetto. However, most ghettos actually did not have physical walls that bounded the entire site. Most of them were open, but they were guarded on the rear side. Large number of monks outside of the ghetto, and it was readily turned over to the town to fade into the population background of the ghetto wall. These were the sort of trophies where we see that ghetto jargon matters. And so these were actually hadn't been quite often not focused for values, but social values. Many Jews, however, did manage to survive on using the ghetto pilot by both underground that was appearing to be non-Jewish and simply created the urban background. Sometimes adopted Jewish families, but so on. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion. So most of the ghettos were actually open. Only a minority of them were actually physically certain what the Nazis meant by the ghetto was because again, they have such this clear direction. Local authorities were given tremendous basic approaches that were adopted by the leadership and ultimately by the European leadership. On the one hand, some ghettos were so-called protectionist ghettos, like Wood, very such example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are allowed to create concentrated areas, but sometimes why should we stop it? And in the reductionist view, they said, well, it must mean we need to use the slave labor. And in fact, that's what happened. The massive factories were created primarily in the South, which was a region that the city was known for, and in fact, its population was primarily good. And so, getting a work was thought of as a way to live. And the Jewish population competed for the highly desired work permit, thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense. And that they could go keep their heads down, they operate their mobility, maintain their jobs, and their lives, that you do that how to live. On the other hand, side, so-called Christians get those who are called that the purpose of the ghetto was simply where the people would die on starvation, disease, and so to keep them in one area to rapidly continue that. And in fact, the policy that the Warsaw Ghetto open many of these expressions. For example, the really together bear in mind that most males in America consider to be 1,000 calories calories, 150 calories, obviously. So this culture built around food and to find ways to smuggle in this food to other people that provide I get it, was the statement that if a statue were to be raised heroes who were ghetto were going to be to bring two people together. The ghettos had contained and that was the spring, summer of 1940. This is the time when the death camps that we looked at earlier were bombs. So that's began by force of operation, concentrations of the ghetto to the various death camps. These would be gathered in a place called the Umschausplatz, a fortification zone. You can see them on the left in this photograph from Warsaw, with men on the left and women on the right. And they would be forced to be building a bunch of these shadow things, which would take them to their ultimate fate. You can look at some of the internal conflict. Let us continue our discussion of ghetto by looking at fabulous constitutions that are access all of that Second in charge. the second charge might also refuse to be killed. But there would come a point where somewhere down the line you would have to turn back. If you really leadership, you would say, I will help out. It's not that they're necessarily seeking to aggrandize themselves. They are certainly seeking not to kill them. But many of them felt that, well, by there's no point in resisting if you're going to shoot us, so let us see if we can establish a course of events. And maybe that some of the greatest people of leaders, or the reason not leaders, maybe can stave off the worst success. So scraps can be unreliant and hopefully be able to survive. Two figures are especially important to us because the Church goes, today was the great job. We have to have these detailed terms which the chores weather that day, the temperature, and reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his sons and his daily interaction with the Nazis. And from his own perspective, the Nazis would increasingly ratchet up their demands on the Jewish community. And when it became obvious that all of the Jews who both sides were going to be deported to Siberia that was certain death, Chairman Cohen recommended suicide as well as suicide. Record of his interaction with sheds tremendous light on another hand, you have Taik in the city of Lodz, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually lorded over the Jews, who was called King Chai, in fact, because he had money. A lot of strange kind of things like this that indicates that the leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessarily drawn from the legitimate leadership of the Jewish community, but rather something. There is huge amount of variation among the ghettos, but Chairman Cohen would hope to show us